Okay guys, let's get started with part 14 for Expert Clash in Dawn of War 1 Vanilla version 1.2. The games today were played in February 2005. Okay, at the top side of the map on Battle Marshes, this is Ironclad. He was inactive for some time, comes back in the game with another Smurf account, Rustalski. We saw, I think even in the first video, some games from Ironclad, solid Space Marine player. Probably 4 scouts. No, 3 scouts. It took 3 scouts a while to deal with that Bone Singer. And he will go for the armory. And he is playing versus a Fleet of Foot. Now this might be Turrican, maybe. He had a red color scheme, otherwise I am not sure who this Eldar player could be. Most likely a Smurf. Turrican had a similar color scheme from what I recall, so it might be him, it might be not. Hoping for a good game, at least. The Farseer is out. And 2 squads of Guardians will get the points. Ironclad, only 1 point left to capture at home. Sends 2 squads of scouts on harass after capturing a few points. Adjusting my microphone position a bit, not very convenient. My monitor is huge. And the microphone stand comes almost from behind the monitor, so it's difficult to adjust. A bit of a pain. From Ironclad Assault Marines, obviously, he built the armory. Maybe it will be a good build. Against the Eldar, he will be able to tie up warp spiders to follow them nicely. Bunches from the Eldar. A fully reinforced squad of bunches probably would deal with the assault marines. What's your order? They will stay in the base a bit, not ready to fight. They will become more effective at harassing once they receive their melta bombs. And preferably adding 2 more squads, or at least 1.
Scouts awaiting orders.
Ironclad will also add the flamers to the scouts. Not sure if that's an effective thing to do versus bunches. They will lose morale from the flamers, and if they lose morale, they run in close combat even faster, I assume. However, they will deal no damage, at least. Ironclad jumps twice over this wall into the Eldar base, sees too many units in here and does not want to fight them. Can't fight 3 squads with 1 squad of assault marines. So he has to be patient for now. Force commander is out. Builds a second generator. Captured the relic. A bit faster compared to the Eldar.
Yes.
On alert, brothers. The enemy must be nearby.
Gets out now, another try from Ironclad to initiate a fight perhaps. The Eldar is not playing actively at all, I see. Both are quite defensive for now. Scouts wanted to decap that critical location here on the right, and they succeed. The Flamers were a waste, however. Not being put to use yet. I think adding weapons on the squads takes you like a very few seconds, maybe up to 10 seconds for a weapon, so ideally you should be equipping those weapons right before getting into a fight. Maybe 10 seconds before getting into a fight, before you decide to go in, might be a good timing to add the weapons. Before that you can manage those resources into other upgrades, tech up, or producing more squads.
Scouts awaiting orders. Scouts in position.
Overall a very passive game until now, but it will be a long game from what I can see on the timeline. I'm not sure if the timeline is hidden, let me check it. Yeah, it should not be visible to you. Everything as usual. Whoever is watching, hello again and welcome. Good to see a more rich combination from both. Usually we'd see warp spider mass, mostly were only bunches. Here the Eldar pleases us with 3 unit types in tier 1. Guardians, 2 Dark Reaper squads, bunches and Farseer, 4 even. If we count the Farseer. Good macro here on the Eldar, upgrades economy nicely, 110 to 40 income already, and builds the Soul Shrine. Ironclad hits tier 2. Almost equal economy. Slightly lower in power for Ironclad for now. He's going for the Machine Cult and builds the 5th generator, which means they will have equal economy. A bit of floating from the Eldar, he cannot use the resources yet. Only now hits tier 2, a very late tier 2 from the Eldar. Only hits it at the 8th minute. It probably could be built much faster. A very cheap tier 2 in vanilla overall on most factions. Probably very easy to rush tier 2 in here. However, if you rush tier 2 and you get all Yind in tier 1, you're probably a dead man. Even the capping squads in vanilla deal a ton of damage so if you get all Yind even by those squads, you're probably dead. So it's very risky to go fast tier 2, you never know what's coming at you. Turtle Gaming here. None of them won a fight yet. Hopefully they will get out. Now that some terrible build up here builds a generator next to the critical location WebWay gate provides territory to build around it. Okay, the Eldar hits tier 3 now very quickly. He did not research any upgrades in the Soul Shrine, instead he went tier 3 and builds the support portal now. Ironclad with a Dreadnought out will send it in front to tank the damage. Finally he's ready to fight. Let's see how it goes. Assault Marines received quite a bit of damage. The support platform has not been upgraded to anti-vehicle. Has very low damage. A squad of warp spiders was made and jumps behind the scouts. Ironclad does not notice, doesn't react, and will lose those scouts, sadly. No anti-vehicle from the Eldar, no bright lances. That's very sad indeed. Okay, the Assault Marines are gonna tie up that squad of Warp Spiders. The Warp Spiders decided to jump away. Eldar does not want to use the Brightlands platforms as an anti-vehicle choice. Instead, he builds support platforms. In this case, they should be upgraded. Preferably, he should build a WebWay gate and research the infiltration for that, so it would keep this platform safe while the commander is not around to detect.
What's your order?
A mod Dreadnought incoming, I guess.
Fear denies faith.
We exist to avenge our sisters.
We are the Emperor's chosen.
Yeah, another standard Dreadnought, no Hellfire Dreadnoughts from Ironclad. 3 squads of Marines, some missile launchers equipped, some plasma. We'll have anti-vehicle and anti-infantry. The Eldar is not prepared to fight that. I guess he wants those fire prisms out. Oh yeah, here comes the first one finally. Takes you around 2 minutes to get one fire prism out after you hit tier 3, so you can't rush them. I guess the fastest you can get them out is by the 10th, 11th minute. If you want them faster, you probably have to make no units at all. A bit of a clash in here. A bad management on the fire prism. It disrupted the infantry a bit, but didn't kill a lot. Hasn't paid off for sure. The Dreadnought in here gets damaged by the support platform now that it's upgraded. Good damage. Now this hit was done during the fatality, so the Dreadnought received no damage. Unfortunate for the Eldar. The fatality system in Dawn of War 1 was considered even an issue for the competitive scene, as the fatalities will decide too often if a unit receives damage or not. Tanks in with the fire prism. Ironclad thankfully has more than enough missile launchers on those marines to deal with the fire prism. Basically, Space Marines have no issues at all with a fire prism, especially if you make dreadnoughts to chase them. And I think the same can be done by the Orks, except the Killer Cans are a tier 3 unit, most likely. I am still not sure, by the way. Most likely a tier 3 unit, so Orks somehow must hit tier 3 faster if they expect Fire Prism. And I think Killer Cans tanking into Fire Prisms might work as well as a Dreadnought. And then boys with rockets to destroy the Fire Prisms. At least the Orc players complained a lot on the Fire Prisms. Okay, Brightlands. 2 Brightlands have been added by the Eldar. He will finally deal with Ironclad's army. Good to see no float on Space Marine, although he's losing the fight. 116 requisition income to 60. He's repairing the Dreadnought, and despite having 60 income, it does not go up at all. A very expensive repair here by 2 servitors. It even decreases. Whoa, this must be bugged. Should not be so expensive repair. Eldar now with huge forces, still alive, will counter-attack into the Space Marine. A bit of back and forth now. The Sacred Artifact is also up. No tier 3 from Ironclad. Prioritizes the Librarian and maybe Apothecaries. If only he would build this faster, probably wouldn't lose all that infantry there with the Word of the Emperor and Apothecaries healing. 2 Dreadnoughts still here. They receive their heavy bolters and now will deal less damage in close combat, but will have some damage in range from the bolter instead. Same with the Killer Can. If you equip the anti-vehicle weapon on the Killer Can, it will deal less damage in close combat. Only 50% if I'm not mistaken. If you add the weapon, the close combat damage decreases by 50%. That's a ton of damage reduction. Eldar trying hard to breach through. Fighting on 2 fronts basically. No need to micro from this squad of bunches, no need to run away. Ironclad can fight fine under this LP2. Word of the Emperor also was used during this fight here on the right. The Librarian kept some squads alive for a while. I think I will do a vanilla campaign on my main channel. Again, I have played the campaign on this channel many years ago, about 5 years ago probably. It was not in a very good quality and very rusty commentary, so I have to redo. I will probably replay Vanilla and Winter Assault on my main channel a bit later on. Maybe when we get to the next patches, or when we get to the last one in Vanilla, we'll see if it supports the widescreen resolution. From what I know, the Steam version of Vanilla does not support widescreen resolution. Maybe it's a Steam issue, maybe it was messed up in a later patch, I'm not sure yet. Ironclad ready to fight again. He keeps massing those units non-stop, producing them over and over again. A ton of plasma in here. 1 Dreadnought is still here. Fire Prisms, however, are a pain now. Not enough anti-vehicle from Ironclad. Looks like Fleet of Foot is producing only Fire Prism non-stop in this support portal. The fight has been raging on for about 10 minutes now, non-stop. Some passive early game from these two, but now they return the favor to us. and provide some action. 2 dreadnoughts again, full HP for Ironclad. One has the bolter. Probably would be nice to keep this one with the bolter farther away from the Eldar infantry and focus Eldar's infantry in range. No need to send it in close combat. He can tank in with the close combat one. Oh, he's equipped the bolters on both. Okay. 3 fire prisms now. The far series coming also. How do you guys like this view? Sometimes I do enjoy to watch even from this view. Dawn of War 1 is very well optimized for even for this camera position. No lag whatsoever. I know that in other games which are poorly optimized, if you change the angle like that, they start to lag a lot. Again, if anyone is watching, feel free to have a discussion in chat, ask questions. I will check the chat from time to time. I am not looking at it during the games, however. I find it distracting at times, and I lose my chain of thoughts in here, getting lost in commentary sometimes. Looks like Ironclad will manage to fight them back. A very low fire prism in here, and a green one. A very intense match so far, despite being somewhat of a Sim City early on. I do not have any objections to Sim City playstyle. Personally, I love it. Takes some talent to play SimCity in an RTS game. And so Ironclad pushes the Eldar out of his base once again, for the 3rd time now, and he will get out and try to fight. He does not want to give Eldar time. Let us check on economy. 104 to 50 on the Eldar. His yellow go, his points go yellow. Resource decay in progress already, and same for Ironclad. Loses the income now. 90 to 60. A close income on economy for both. Good focus on the fire prism with this squad, takes it down. 1 yellow fire prism left. That's 1 massive tier 2.5 slaughter. Still tier 2.5 for Space Marines. He wants to rebuild that sacred artifact. He needs the apothecaries. I think that was one of those crucial mistakes from Ironclad, if we can name it so. He should have added the apothecaries before going in with that infantry in the middle in the first fights. And of course he needed the librarian with the word of the Emperor when he went into engages or when he was defending. He needs to save the word of the Emperor for that. Keep his squads alive during the engagement or during the defense. Well, still a good one for the first game, a bit of warm-up. Ironclad decapping the critical location from the Eldar. One weird thing I noticed on the Eldar, he did not get to the left hand side of the map at all in this game. He only took this point and forgot that there's a way in here on the left. Maybe Ironclad could have tried to attack from this side, catch that Eldar by surprise, or harass with assault marines perhaps. 4 squads of tactical space marines, still no apothecaries. Huge overlook from Ironclad. Or maybe he underestimated them. Five squads now. Well, in this case, apothecaries are a must, and Ironclad can afford them. Eldar brings some reinforcements, has 1 Dark Reaper squad left, alive 2 squads of Banshees, 2 Fire Prisms. Still a better income compared to the Space Marine. He should have teleported over this high ground and build the Listening Shrine on that relic. He can do that thankfully with a Bone Singer.
My music is a pillar upon which whole worlds have been built.
Okay, I probably saw an apothecary now. Yeah, here it is. Only 1 apothecary, however, not enough. Gets attached to the squad. Good job. Took him a while to realize he needs apothecaries. Well, being rusty in a relatively new game, we're still only about 5 months into Dawn of War 1. It came out by the end of September in 2004. So if we count October, November, December, 3 months, January 4th month, and February the 5th month. And that if you played the game from the day it came out. Well, some guys played it even during the beta, I think. So some of them might have more experience, some of them will have less experience. Anyways, if you play a game very actively during a month, you can get good at it. And if you have experience in other RTS games, even better. Only the game knowledge will be weak, however, you can still show a good level if you have a good micro. Wraith Lord's getting out from the Eldar. He's losing them, however, will lose most of his units again. Terrible engagement here. Space Marine outnumbers him. And now this looks very bad for the Eldar. Only 1 Fire Prism left in the squad of Dark Reapers. Bunches were sent on a suicide mission in there. More and more bunches coming out. Producing warp spiders probably would have been better.
cannot hide from my sight.
Lack of Eldritch Storm also was bad. Now casting an Eldritch Storm into this bunch of Marines. Could have helped, only casts the Psychic Storm almost does not affect the Marines. They also got the Fire Prism disruption. Yeah, Fire Prisms look terrible against Space Marine, at least in fights. The Fire Prism should be sent on harass. They do have good damage to buildings also. No way to stop all these Marines, need some serious firepower. What I could think of is either Dark Reaper Mass with tier 3 optics or 4 or 5 squads of Warp Spiders and Fire Prism support. Good one, Ironclad. A bit of a stubborn game from both sides, especially Ironclad. Felt desperate for him at some point. Oh, the Eldar actually mentioned those fatalities, death animations. He said units wouldn't die when they perform them. When a unit performs a fatality, it receives no damage. I guess he was referring mostly to those dreadnoughts. Anyways, it was quite a back and forth. Both had chances to win and lose. At some point I thought Ironclad is dead. When Eldar was deep into his base, somehow he managed to get back into this. Okay, I lost the mouse cursor, I don't have it. I think I had it once in the past. I have to close the game and reopen. Okay. Delete this. Well, it was not a noob match, I'd say. They built the listening posts, they took all the points, they teched up. I'd say it was average. The current best player in what game? In Vanilla or in Soulstorm? If you ask about Vanilla, it's about 5 players who have a very high rank in auto match at that point in time. It was Select, Insane, one guy, probably top 3 back then. According to auto match points, I mean. Of course, they do not mean everything. If you play more games, it's more likely that you would get a higher rank, even if you play worse compared to others. So I do record games in the range of 1600 auto-match points to 2000 and more. In Winter Assault and maybe even in later months in Vanilla, the competition level will increase, so getting auto-match points will be more difficult, which means I will have to cover games even in lower ranks, which will be high level as well. In the second game on Blood River we have Sleign playing Chaos, finally. Who was missing Chaos? It's here. Versus Voit. A new name in the series.
What is it?
Insane, the Eldar player, by the way, also played on World Cyber Games in 2005 at least. So we'll see probably some of him in the tournament games, if I can find any.
I got the good bits for this fight.
No generator from Sleign would be too much of a risk, I guess.
You need something fixed. Where to?
Pylo guns being placed by Voit. No need to play aggressively when you can just stay under your buildings with big shooters and defend, right? Doesn't even need to produce a lot of squads in this case, in the early game at least. Can attack up nicely and safely.
You favor us with your attention.
Okay, generator up for Chaos.
Crush them! You need something fixed.
Sleign a bit out of position with his squads, can't stop the mech here in the base. Feels like Chaos lost a squad of cultists. Very painful. Builds a second generator. Void will build a second banner also with 2 generators up now. Unfortunately he did not build the LP on that relic. Will slow him down in economy and tech. Third banner place, which means after that he can go for the mech shop. This could be a fast mech shop build from the work.
I seethe with purpose.
Armory placed for Chaos. Expecting heavy bolters and maybe grenade launchers on the cultists. Since he lost a squad, he had to produce it again. And sends it to decap that critical location, maybe.
Yes, Lord.
They stopped. Oh, tank busters for rocket launchers, I mean for the Slugger Boy squad. He already is expecting vehicles by the look of it.
You need something.
Adds a nob leader.
Don't bother me. I'm working on something.
Sleign with a decent income, 90 to 30, does not float and probably goes tier 2 here in the HQ.
Cross me.
Yes.
Cross me.
2 critical locations now for Sleign under control, and he wants to take the third one as well. Very good map vision. Now that's a bad move in here with the cultists. Tying up the Slugger Boy squad. Apparently they don't even fight the cultists when they get tied up. Probably a bug in vanilla. Some players were complaining about this one as well. And so Sleign loses the second squad of cultists this game. Probably hits tier 2 soon, builds a ton of generators, and most likely would go for the predators. What I can predict, tier 2 up now. The HQ shape has changed. And expecting a predator incoming. Not enough for the machine pit yet. Work building the mech shop. A bit faster compared to Chaos. Has a good economy. Upgraded LP2s. 4 of them have been upgraded.
Don't bother me. I'm working on something.
Chaos can't really show aggression yet. Too risky to get out of the base without upgrades, without weapons. Sleign saves everything for predators and machine pit. Okay, he placed it here. Chaos buildings are invisible at first, then after building them for a few seconds they become visible. Often players would place a generator and then send their heretic elsewhere, and they forget that the building was placed and they don't even see it.
Hello? Who's there?
War tracks from Voit. 70 war resources already. Might be going tier 3. Not sure if he had enough economy to order tier 3 in the HQ. Mech with the boys gets surrounded here on the critical location. Voit was forced to jump from it.
We're ready. War bases are shooting at their east. You need something fixed.
Predators incoming finally from Chaos. He's got a very good economy. Might have even the global upgrade on requisition. Most likely he does.
We need enemies.
And Chaos Predators in vanilla, good all game long. You can mass them non-stop. Sleign would need the global upgrade on power as well.
I see with purpose.
Kill!
Void with 3 ward tracks, decent anti-infantry firepower here, and a bit of anti-vehicle. We'll take down the LP2 in like 5 seconds. A 4th ward track is incoming. I believe 4 ward tracks would struggle against the Predator now. Check the damage. Yeah, very high damage to vehicles from a Predator. Well, ward tracks get destroyed relatively quick. Also by the fire prisms. Another Predator will get out soon. No tier 3 for Orks. He's floating a lot on requisition. Only word tracks, yeah, that was the thing back then. Now they get the weapons equipped, the anti-vehicle stuff.
What is it?
Two predators on the battlefield now for Sleign. Very fat vehicles. Bad focus, however, from Sleign. He should have focused the word tracks with the rocket equipped. Those which have the rocket. Feels like the work might be able to hold. And maybe even push back. Oh, I see. Sleign also equipped missile launchers on the Chaos Marines. Nice focus into the word tracks. He should have gotten into the heavy cover with all the squads to receive less damage. Most of the word tracks have been destroyed by the missile launchers, not even predators. Voit cannot hold it now. The mech, a bit of a problem here. Chaos Lord decided to go and stop him. He can easily do that. Easy win for the Chaos Lords, even in a 1v1. Two word tracks left for Voit. He loses the barracks. Rebuilds it next to his relic. Lack of creativity from the work. He relied purely on word tracks to win him the game, which did not happen, of course. Sleign puts up a good fight, floats a lot of power now, can go tier 3, I believe. Nothing to stop the predators now, no anti-vehicle whatsoever. In this case, work needed tier 3 instead of word tracks. He needs fatter units like knobs. And maybe killer cans. He needs more HP against this firepower. Even a lot of boys with rocket launchers and big shooters probably won't be enough against this chaos combination. The DPS from the heavy bolters and plasma on Chaos Marines is too high. Boys won't melt under them. Oh, the big mech now got his big weapon, the custom blaster. Well, without the support from Mad Dogs, he will die very quickly. Kills a few Chaos Marines, missed a few shots. Nice assault now into the work base. Sleign dominating at this point. Work cannot do anything, he's overextending. Should have said GG and save our time. Okay, Voit thought he was gonna play versus Orks. Sleign, however, mains Chaos Marines. Interesting line here. That's funny. 3 predators out. I think Chaos has also Defilers as a good option. I'm not sure about their accuracy in vanilla. They are good, however, in Dark Crusade and Soulstorm versus Orks, so maybe mixing Chaos Predators with Defilers would be nice. Kinda one-sided after mid-game, a bit of action back and forth in the early stages. Today Sleign countered the Vortex way too easily, some poor control on them from Voit, to say the least. Oh, you want games from 2022? Then you should check my main channel. You will find there games from 2021 at least, and 2020, newer matches. On this channel I will cover Dawn of War vanilla games, the old replays from the older top players, in a chronological order. On my main channel I will cover replays of mine and maybe stream other players live, we'll see. And yes, these games were played in February 2005, again, very old games. What's this, the third game? On Fallen City, Benji playing Space Marines versus WindWaker. Both of them are popular in the series already. WindWaker, the Fire Prism lover, he would probably rush into Fire Prisms with very few units early to mid game. And Benji, a solid Space Marine player, probably the best Space Marine at the time they played this game. Using the Imperial Fists. For scouts opening, 2 of them would go on harass now after getting a point. The other 2 will continue getting the points on his side. And from WindWaker, 3 Guardians. He sends 2 squads on harass. Interesting move. The scouts here won't manage to capture the outer point. WindWaker will get it instead, and maybe will even kill this squad of scouts. 1 scout got killed, the squad stopped. That was a thing in vanilla. If a unit dies in the squad, they would lose the order you gave them, so you have to reorder them to move again. A bit more difficult to micro in there. The Far series here, some harass going on in the Space Marines base from the Guardians. She cast Mind War on the Force Commander. Well, not painful for the Force Commander, it barely scratches him even with a lower HP. More painful for the mech, however. Another squad of scouts here almost killed, 2 of them red, got reinforced. Benji taking 2 points now, the second position from the Eldar's side. WindWaker trying to keep his guardians alive. He does not want to lose the squads. Okay, he's adding Dark Reapers. Now that's very unpredictable. I would have expected a Soul Shrine by now to be placed and a fast tier 3. Because that's what I saw from him in the previous games. He wants to fight back Space Marines. He's losing 2 points on his side of the map to the Space Marine player. So far looks terrible for the Eldar. Benji in a dominant position. Much better map control. And I believe his infantry can handle all of the Eldar infantry at this point. It's only a matter of bringing it all together in a place and fighting the Eldar now. He sits on 3 points. Has an LP2 here, which will be taken down by the Force Commander. Another 2 LP2s upgraded in the base, so his economy won't be too bad. While this point is still up. Dark Reapers getting the guidance from Farseer have to deal more damage now in range. Wind, however, will not use them to fight. He probably wants to get in here and defend this LP2. He jumped with a Bone Singer already to repair, brings the second one, and might actually manage to save this point. Now that's good. Casts the Psychic Storm on the scouts, they don't get a lot of damage. And Benji will build the armory, tier 1.5 transition. Does not rush with tier 2.
Strike quickly! Strike now!
Lovely to see Dark Reapers in vanilla. Pretty rare unit back then. And WindWaker almost finishes the Soul Shrine. Probably would rush into Fire Prison from this point onward. Benji runs all the way from the top side to the lower position of the map. He wants to defend his point and the generator. A second Mind War absorbed by the Force Commander, or maybe a third one even. Good stun on the Farseer under the LP2, she cannot move. In this case, just focus that Force Commander in close combat and deal some damage. Don't try to run away, you can't escape. And so Benji manages to defend his point. WindWaker says that the Force Commander stun is a bug. Yeah, many players were thinking that was a bug, probably. It's simply a Force Commander ability that is working in the game even to this day in Soulstorm. This point now probably will be taken down, nothing in there for WindWaker to defend. He makes a new Farseer and yeah, he hits tier 3 now. It's very cheap on the Eldar, unfortunately. He builds tier 3 now, I mean the support portal. It's a tier 3 building for the Eldar. $86 to $20 income still. Thankfully he controls 2 critical locations, which gets him additional plus 12 income on requisition.
Take the battle to the end.
Will get lower once he loses that LP2 on the Space Marine side. This one here gets destroyed. Force Commander also will die finally. Not bad. Well, WindWaker doing very well considering his units. He still got 2 squads of Guardians alive, a squad of Dark Reapers, the Farseer, and soon the Fire Prisms probably will join the party. Tier 1 for Benji still getting out-teched 2 tiers behind. With a better economy, but already in a worse position tech-wise, getting so badly out-teched. No threat visible for WindWaker. In the lower position of the map he will decap the critical location, does not check on his Guardians here, reacts very late and will lose the squad to the LP2 now. Benji is still tier 1.5, he's got decent amount of anti-infantry, he can deal with the Eldar's infantry, he only needs anti-vehicle now. Hitting tier 2 to get some missile launchers is a must. Fire Prism incoming probably. Very low income for the Eldar, slows him down a lot. So Benji still has time to get to tier 2 and produce some anti-vehicle. The Assault Marines are here, ready to fight the Warp Spiders and cast Melta Bombs in those Fire Prisms. We'll see how Benji will use them. He will not rush at all with tier 2, maybe he ordered it now, he used a lot of resources and floats 800 on power. No idea why he built so many generators early on. On this map you could have built a big generator in tier 1 instead of 5 generators. No threat at all still from WindWaker. Benji decides to go in. I guess soon he will see that Fire Prism and will have to fall back. Jumps in now and surprise, Benji has no anti-vehicle to stop it. Pushes in too deep and will get surrounded now. Assault Marines getting disrupted, they will jump away safely. The other squad will have a more difficult time retreating. This shuriken weapon, not sure how it's called, deals a ton of damage to infantry, and the disruption makes it very difficult for a squad to retreat. This weapon right here, dealing a ton of damage to both buildings and the infantry. In the meantime, the battle rages on. The pipes make it a bit difficult for us to see what's going on, so I have to change the angle a bit. Well, still only one fire prism. It was sent into the Space Marines base. WindWaker knows how to use it. Unlike that Eldar in the first game, he did not harass at all with the fire prism. But harassing with a fire prism is one of the best things you can do probably with it. The missile launchers will take it down to red HP. WindWaker wants to save it, can't really destroy anything here. 2 squads with missile launchers now. Tier 2.5 hit by Benji. Will not go for vehicles, adds the sacred artifact and apothecaries. Very good to see that. When you mass infantry like that, just go for the apothecaries and librarian. A mind war cast to the force commander. The guy's almost dead. Good combination of units from Benji. Will have enough to tie up the ranged infantry of the Eldar with those assault marines. Bad idea here from WindWaker to jump into the tactical marine squad and fight them in close combat. They would definitely lose in close combat. Especially with the sergeant attached to the squad. Space Marine looks like the winner in this fight. He's got way more units here. The Force Commander is still alive, chasing a squad of Guardians. Fire Prism being repaired non-stop by 2 Bone Singers. WindWaker even jumped on this high ground, a structure on Fallen City. You can jump here with your units and fight on that high ground. Benji sent a squad of assault marines and destroyed that fire prism with a melter bomb. 2 fire prisms out from the Eldar. Feels like Benji lost both squads of assault marines. He just produced a new squad. Total overkill on power income here. Without a machine cult he cannot even use it. 1k bank in power. I'd say Benji needs those dreadnoughts. The infantry alone might struggle. Okay, he builds a turret, wants some anti-vehicle in the base, maybe prevent the fire prism harass. Benji probably saw this thing coming to his base. WindWaker will send both of his fire prism to harass the base. Two marine squads were out of position, now difficult to stop the fire prisms. WindWaker knows the turret can be upgraded to anti-vehicle, prioritizes the target and takes it down. Still low income for the Eldar. He's been sitting on this income for a long time. Somehow floats on the power. Should have started the production of Wraith Lords. In this case, get rid of his power somehow. Once again, Benji decides to go in. Activates the Word of the Emperor on that librarian. Will make his units immune to death. Very good stuff. And manages to push easily into this Eldar infantry. WindWaker still sitting on 3 points. He destroyed 2 LPs on Benji on his relic and this one with a fire prism. WindWaker forgot about that one. Should bring it to the top side. Use it in fights. Benji left a squad of Space Marines at home with missile launchers. Just in case WindWaker decides to send a fire prism in his base, he would have this squad here to defend and deal with it. More than enough anti-vehicle from Benji in this fight. He can take down these fire prisms. WindWaker does not have enough income to produce infantry. He can only mass vehicles. Benji knows that, so he produces mostly anti-vehicle stuff. Assault Marines are both effective at anti-vehicle, anti-building, and versus infantry also. With their bombs, very effective. Here comes the fire prism, the predictable move from WindWaker once again. Will harass Benji's base. And 2 fire prisms at home for WindWaker. Benji is pushing in very slowly. He will also chase this one. Force Commander being sent in close combat to that fire prism. He can stun the vehicles also. Good job by Benji. Plus it tanks a ton of damage. WindWaker, out of desperation, jumps with a Bone Singer into the Space Marines there. Tie them up. That squad of Dark Reapers is still alive. Good job by WindWaker keeping it alive the whole game. But it's not enough, a single squad. I guess he needed 3-4 squads of Dark Reapers in this case. with tier 3 optics might have been possible to stop all this bunch of marines, but that requires some effort, some micro on the Dark Reapers, something which WindWaker didn't really want to do. He prefers to play fire prisms and jump from a side to the other. Easier to click once on the fire prism jump than microing with Dark Reapers, right? Well, overall I'd say Benji just played better this time. Poor fire prisms. Can't do anything against this bunch of marines. GG gets called, no flame. Players respecting each other at this high level. It was very high level considering the players were only 4 months into the game. And the meta was still being under development, players learning new things every day. A close game on units killed, whoa. And a bit of back and forth early game especially. A bit of economy win for Benji. He gets 4,000 more requisition. I believe that won him the game. And Eldar had a terrible cap order at the start probably. He had to prioritize the points on his side of the map. That's one thing you should do if you play Eldar. Get the points which are closer to your base, not the ones from the enemy side. And then, due to lack of requisition, he could not mass enough infantry to kill Space Marines. Eldar vehicles are not very effective at killing those tactical Space Marines fully equipped with missile launchers. That was terrible. Again, whoever is watching live and cannot watch it all now, you can always watch it later. All my streams are saved on the channel, so you may consider this as a recording of a video in real time, not just as a live stream. After that you can watch it on the channel in the recording without any problem. Streaming format is more convenient for me than just recording. A bit of interaction with the viewers in real time, a bit of fun, and faster processing by YouTube of the video. If I'm to upload the video instead of streaming, it will take ages for YouTube to process the video. And sometimes it will even fail. Next game on Deadman's Crossing, Estel playing Eldar versus Insane. This is that Eldar player which is gonna participate also in World Cyber Games Tournament in 2005. Hopefully I will find more games from that tournament. I have about 8 games I believe from that one already, so we'll have some games at least. I think I will do a separate stream for that tournament.
My music is a pillar upon which whole worlds have
What
been
would you
built.
have us do?
Whoever is still watching, whoever joined recently, hit that like button or dislike, subscribe if you enjoy the content, and click on the bell button if you want to receive notifications when I go live or upload a video. Warp spiders opening from both players. This map is so huge. Insane already managed to kill a squad of guardians here from Estel. Maybe even we'll lose the second squad. The warp spiders have extremely high damage to light infantry, but almost no damage to commanders and heavy infantry. They are okay against light infantry and normal infantry.
Quickly, take us to the battle. Strike quickly, Guardian squad, ready.
Thanks to the fleet of foot ability, Estel will manage to save his squad. Good one.
I knew you would have need of me.
Guardian squad, ready.
The enemy cannot hide from my sight.
And Estel brings the farce here, having a aspect portal and generator in the base currently.
Take the battle to the enemy.
Same from Insane. Somewhat confusing now. Insane manages to take a point from Estel's side and will build the listening shrine.
How can we help?
Same is being done by Estel on the Insane's side. Will take the second point, but he will not build them, so this can be decapped. Now that was close. Insane reacts quickly with the Guardians, keeps the squad alive, will not allow those warp spiders to hit them.
I sense the enemy. They are closing in.
And the Farseer will stay there to defend the Guardians.
Strike quickly, while our enemy.
Insane's warp spider suffering on Estel's side.
Quickly, take us
Lost
to the
morale. And probably will lose in the next fight.
battle. Waiting here is but a phase of our existence.
Two squads of warp spiders now from Estel will take his points back easily here at home. A weird mirror. They mirrored even the action on these points almost. Both of them took a point from each other. Feels like Insane's economy is lower, however, 62 to 10 versus 68 to 10. Estel now floating a bit.
Space and time retreat from my mind. The enemy cannot
Wants
hide
to
from
take
my
his
sight.
position, so he will idle a bit at these 2 points and defend them.
What do you know of war? We live to move.
The mists of space and time retreat
Terrible fight here in the negative cover. 2 squads of warp spiders will lose morale. I am more focused on what's happening in the fights than on commentary. It's difficult to distinguish sometimes who is who. Looks like Estel was winning, but he still retreated. Not sure why. He had more units in the squads.
We are here to fulfill our duty.
And he hits now tier 2 on 86 to 20 income. Still lower economy for Insane. Will only build these 2 outer positions now with listening shrines, and has 3 squads of warp spiders. No tier 2 yet from Insane, and I believe he is the more experienced Eldar in this game. So far behind now, however, in both tech and economy. Another warp spider mirror clash here in the negative cover, terrible to watch. The dark blue units are Insane's units, the white ones are Estel's units. Still possible to see who is who. They do not want to shoot in range, however, Insane wants to tie them up in close combat, at least one squad. And the other one is being fought in close combat also by the Farseer. Now that's good. Wants to trap and lock Estel's squads in this corner. Not really possible since they can jump and escape easily. Insane's Farseer is still alive here, and that's a big problem for Estel. One of his squads is non-stop being tied up in close combat. Good decision from Estel to send the low morale squads in close combat. Would not allow the enemy squad to deal ranged damage. Some intensive warp spider fights in here. Insane decides to retreat. Now time to look at their bases, what's going on there. No support portal from Estel. I guess he was investing everything in the warp spiders during this last fight. And a bit of improvement on economy for Insane. He also built the Soul Shrine now.
Waiting here is but a phase of our existence.
Again, Estel has more numbers, but he does not have a Farseer. He's still got the advantage, I believe. This is what Insane sees. He's been keeping his squad of guardians on the enemy territory for a long time now. Scouting from time to time what his opponent is doing. A new Farseer is out for Estel. Now he can get in here and go into attack while he's got the time. Insane probably hit tier 3, he's got the Seer Council out. Reinforces it.
Our minds work as one.
So now he will have 2 squads to tie up the enemy warp spiders. That's big.
Victory countdown has begun.
Good scouting with the guardians. Insane getting as much information as possible from his enemy. Later in the stream we will see a lot of 1v1s between left and one guy. Two top players in the early days of vanilla, and left even dominated later on in Winter Assault, I believe, and even Dark Crusade. Now that was a very good fight for Insane here, no chances for Estel against the Farseer and the Seer Council. Can't fight with 3 Warp Spiders alone, 2 of them won't be tied up in close combat. That's the big problem. No taken hold for Estel. Insane will get in the middle and decap the point. A Shuriken Cannon is out. Acceptable. Good anti-infantry here. Yeah, that's pure mirror. Both of them even make the same unit types. The only difference now is a lack of Shuriken Cannons from Insane. Otherwise they've got exactly the same amount of Warp Spider squads. The Seer Council and Farseer from both. It's a matter of micro now, how they will manage the squads during this fight. Probably will decide who's gonna win the game. Interesting disruption here from Estel's Farseer. Will not allow Insane to deal damage. This looks bad for Insane now. The Shuriken Cannon is also a problem. Insane loses morale on 2 of his squads now, that's terrible. And I believe he is gonna lose the game because of this bad fighting here. Terrible fight, we cannot see it very well because of this negative cover. A lot of players complained about this map. It's too big and the middle is filled with negative cover. Very bad fights can happen in here. One bad engagement in the negative cover can lose you the game. This is exactly what happened to Insane in this game. I believe he is the more experienced player in this game. However, he will lose. Estel was not bad by any means. He hits tier 3 and goes for the support portal. 116 to 50. 110 to 40. Good economy for both. However, Insane is behind. No support portal yet for him. And he's losing the fights. Even this fight he would lose, I'd bet. Another terrible fight for him. Good execution from Estel. Manages his squads very well, knows how to engage and when. Knows when to sit back and wait. Okay, now that this is over, I guess I can fast speed it up a bit. Insane will overextend, sits in his base. Both of them German.
Victory countdown has
Do
begun.
you know of war?
4 squads of Warp Spiders now from Insane. He reinforces. Does not lose hope. I have no idea what they're talking about. Let's see who's gonna win this last fight. Eldritch Storm cast by Estel's Farseer. Surprisingly, Insane squads did not lose morale. A Fire Prism is also in here from Estel. No chances now for Insane. He doesn't even have a support portal yet. Although infantry-wise it did not look bad at all this time. Insane had more infantry and killed a lot of his opponent's infantry. Good job by Estel winning this. Defeating potentially the strongest Eldar at the time. Insane, Left and Select probably were top 3 Eldar back then. Some bad engagements from Insane, I guess. I lost him the game, otherwise it was quite close. He also got slightly out-attacked. The early game was terrible and very confusing. Not easy to play that. Hi again, whoever's watching. I see there are already 15 likes on the stream. Thank you for the likes, highly appreciated. I will make a very short break and continue after that. Okay. Jumping into the next game. Another one on Deadman's Crossing. I guess we'll see a lot of games on this map. Charlie versus Benji. This will be interesting. Top Space Marine versus top Orc.
Scouts in position. At your command. Yes, my lord.
Which way? Please, no more kissing.
Charlie messes up a bit here with his Gretchens. He should have built the LP right away. Probably misclicked. He will start, as always, through banner generator, 2 squads of boys and the mech. From Benji, 4 squads of scouts, 3 of them would capture the points, another one got reinforced and sent on the enemy side to harass, I guess. They would cause a bit of a trouble to those slugger boys that will try to capture the point. Maybe we'll see that now.
Where's the fighting?
Charlie doesn't even want to fight them in close combat, he would retreat right away. Scouts even on the move, dropping the HP of a boy to yellow. Very high damage, Charlie knows that. And the big mech again on the move, killing a scout very quickly.
Yes.
So far in Charlie's favor, although he lost a bit of time on this point. Loses a bit of economy.
Yeah.
Scouts in position. Scouts here.
Beware the alien, the mutant, the heretic.
Benji decides to go in once again. Now that the first commander is here, he can deal with that big mech easily. Brings all of his scouts, 4 squads of scouts. First commander alone can deal with that mech. Charlie out of choice, nothing to do but to jump away from that commander. Now he has no jump and must be very careful with how he handles the mech. And once again, players experiencing lag because of Charlie's laptop. Those were the days in 2005. A bad connection or a low-end machine could cause a lot of lag for all the players in a game. The pain of a peer-to-peer connection on GameSpy. And still it was a much better server than what we have in Steam now. At least the ladder was working properly. Mech is gonna die in here. Benji is not happy with the lag, however he wins the fight. From what I can see, now this is an LP2 on the work, it kills the marines very quickly. Benji probably didn't even notice it's upgraded and will lose a lot of marines. He is killing some boys, but I guess he's gonna lose more. Okay, if he will push under that LP1 and get far away from this LP2, he might still be able to fight for some time. And he needs a new force commander. Builds a generator. Not sure if a new force commander is coming, probably not. Okay. Scouts with their ridiculously high damage probably will take down this LP2. They certainly will. Benji tanked in with a tactical marine squad. Come on, take it down already. Probably did not pay off for Benji. He lost a lot of models, a lot of scouts and tactical marines, a lot of requisition wasted on reinforcements. Charlie brings 2 squads of shooter boys.
What is it? What now?
Yes, my lord. Scouts here.
Benji waiting for the force commander.
Sod off! Sod off! Yeah? Green is
Benji not ready to fight in here yet, he's outnumbered. And without a force commander cannot deal with that mech. Has to sit back a bit. Both of them experiencing the same lag issues. Charlie, however, is more used to that. Pile guns placed for Charlie in the middle here. Floats a lot, actually. Terrible to see that the Gretchens were busy building the LPs. Now he will place 2 banners at once. Must get rid of those floats. A new commander is here. Easy victory for Benji in this fight. Charlie, thankfully he had the teleport on the mech. Looks like it got killed during the teleportation. The boys still were able to run away, however. Benji complaining a lot despite winning the game, for now at least.
Yes, my lord.
Oh, good question from Charlie. That was a good one. Apologies. Okay, this engagement here from Benji is ridiculous. He does not care at all that he's going under 2 LP2s. And a pile of guns and 2 banners. He will still tank in. That was a ridiculous move, but most likely it will fail. Losing so many scouts and marines for 1 LP2, I don't think he will take down anything else. In fact, he's tanking most of the damage with that force commander. Losing the commander is as much worse as losing so many marines. Terribly bad still. Maybe he will take down that banner also. Both of them losing a lot in this fight. Most of the scouts have been killed under this attack.
What do you want?
Both of them lost the commander. Need to be reproduced. Armory now will be built for Benji. Tier 1.5 it was built long ago for Charlie. Sadly he lost the Gretchens in there at the entry. Must get them back and finish that generator.
What is it? Yeah? Where to?
No relic being controlled by any player yet.
Don't bother me. I'm
A
working
new
on
mech is
something.
out once again, and the Gretchens will finally finish that generator. Probably they would have finished it in the base
Has begun.
faster. He could have cancelled this one and rebuild it here in a much safer spot.
Ever vigilant.
Beware the alien.
Big mech gets produced faster compared to the first commander, so Charlie can go into another fight a bit faster. Where is this servitor going?
Yes, most beneficent one.
Nothing to do here in the negative cover, just go back. Quite a few marines will die on retreat.
Walk softly. You carry a big gun.
Faith is our shield. Fear denies faith.
Very good defenses here by Benji already, 2 LP2s. And now a turret. Building some minefields will also help against that amount of boys. A third squad of marines is out. Currently Benji being outnumbered, too many boys around, and even the nob leaders are a problem. He will be forced back. Okay, no big shooters for Charlie, however, so Benji can deal more damage in range. With a bit of micro hit win the fight, Charlie decides to retreat.
What do you want?
2 squads of boys, slugger boys, 2 squads of shooter boys. Builds a 4th war banner now. I think Charlie wants to go for the custom blaster. Yeah, he will do that. Only needs 2 more banners, this one and 1 more banner. For the custom blaster, a minefield placed next to the critical location. You could build turrets, minefields very close to the critical location in vanilla. You cannot do that in later expansions. I guess that was a necessity to block buildings in the area so that the opponent won't be able to decap. If you build a lot of turrets and minefields around it, it might be easy to abuse and win by taking hold. So this had to be fixed later on, I assume.
Ever vigilant.
Sod off. I got the good bits for this fight.
This is definitely a custom blaster for Charlie incoming. He's got 4 mad dogs in here to support the mech.
4 minutes until taken hold victory.
And the boys in the next fight. 3 minefields. Now if Charlie decides to engage here, he would probably jump with the mech in. He wouldn't know what's waiting for him in there. Does not know about the minefields. Tier 2 up now for Benji. Very good defenses. And goes for the sacred artifacts. Yeah, with this bunch of infantry, sacred artifact much better. Oh, look at that. Can Charlie see the skull probe?
3 minutes until
I think he can
taken
detect
hold
it with the mech. Charlie decides to go in. He can see the minefields, but they are barely visible in this negative cover under the water. Looks like the big mech just took down a full squad of marines in one shot. That was epic. Did you see that? A lot of works in here exploding in the negative cover. Mech dealing tons of damage to those marines. No apothecaries out yet for Benji to increase survivability, and he is forced back. This blaster custom blaster meta was developed by Charlie mostly. He was among the first ones to use this thing and to rush into it. Charlie does not care that the custom blaster is OP, and to some degree he is right. It's not his problem that these upgrades are OP, but it's not cheap to get to them. Benji is desperate. He thought he's already a dead man, but it's not over. Don't get so upset ahead of time. I believe Benji would still manage to defend in here just fine with 2 LP2s and a turret. Machine cult being built by Benji. Both of them complaining a bit. Can only blame the developers in this case. The players are not to blame, so Benji's complaints are not valid in my opinion. If you experience this heavy lag, go on the developer forums and complain in there all day long if you want. It's not the player's fault that the other player is getting the same lag. It's a server-side issue, which Charlie cannot fix. Second, if you're not happy with the balance, also you cannot blame the player for that. So I have nothing against Charlie in this case. A bad fight for Benji. Unfortunate that he has to experience the same lag, but it's not Charlie's fault again. It's a server-side issue, a connection. That's how it was working back then. Charlie will take the relic, controls the critical location now. The mech shop producing something in there.
Until take and hold victory.
Faith is eternal.
What is it?
Bringing some word tracks to the party. 4 word tracks now. No tier 3 yet from Benji. He's getting some Hellfire Dreadnoughts. Well, if he will sit if he will sit and defend like that, Charlie would have a difficult time probably taking him down. So not over for Space Marines yet.
Until take and hold victory.
Even in death I still serve.
Six war tracks with the upgraded weapon. Charlie probably, yeah, he sees the dreadnoughts, he knows he needs anti-vehicle, so he upgraded the weapons on all the war tracks. Let's see what will happen now. This would be potentially the last fight in this game. See how it will go. The custom blaster is here on the mech. Benji decides to enable the Word of the Emperor, so his infantry wouldn't get one shot by that blaster. Benji goes in strong. So far looks good for Space Marines. Looks like the word of the Emperor got wasted now. No longer under the effect. The mech is killing a lot of Marines. This war tracks should be focusing a Dreadnought. Mad Dog used the juice on the mech, keeping him alive for a bit longer. Another Hellfire Dreadnought goes down. Still, there's more than enough from both. The mech is still alive, dies now. The war tracks keep coming, and there's not enough anti-vehicle apparently from Benji. Probably won't have enough to deal with all these war tracks. A tank buster squad being brought to the battlefield by Charlie. And only 2 minutes until taking hold. Now the war tracks are a problem. And full HP Force Commander is also a problem. Charlie on the limit, he cannot produce more, he's using all of his resources into this war track production. And Benji manages to hold. He keeps producing those Hellfire Dreadnoughts. Apparently they are very good against war tracks. Yeah, look at that. Why would you even complain of war tracks when you can make Hellfire Dreadnoughts and deal with them, right? And the same can be done with the Big Mech. The Big Mech cannot deal damage to vehicles with his custom blaster. So I guess what you need to do is just mass Hellfire Dreadnoughts and Dreadnoughts. Will take a while to get them out. But still there are options. It feels like Benji is gonna win this. Only one war track left and a few boys. Good focus on the war track. Huge range from the Dreadnought. Oh, I see. This could be a win by taking hold for Charlie. Will he win by taking hold? Or will he quit? Yeah, he probably will win this. Nothing for Benji to decap the critical location. Charlie says GG. He knows he's won it. Yeah, that was probably the first game in vanilla that we get this taken hold victory in a high level game. I guess Benji complained too much. He could have won if he focused on playing and not complaining. If you want to complain about game balance and lag issues, do that on developer websites, please, not in the games. Thank you very much. Well done, it was a close fight after all. And why I stick with this view that you should not complain about balance to the player. If you do that on the developer website, it's more likely that the issue will get fixed. The lag issues or the balance issues, if a lot of people will complain and will bother the developers with such issues, it's more likely that a fix will be coming out or balance updates. The players cannot be blamed in this situation. Hi Yoshi, I am fine, thanks. Okay, looks like we have another one between these two. I hope it's not the same game, but it's on the same map. Let me see. In the same position as in the previous game, Charlie will spawn. Same color schemes. It might be the same game. Maybe it got double posted. Let me see. Speed it up a bit. Yeah, it is the same game, I think. Okay. Probably got posted by both players. Up next, left versus one guy. As I said a bit earlier, we'll have a lot of games between these two in today's video. First game on Blood River, one guy picked Space Marines. He played all the races in pretty high level. Playing versus Eldar, left in the top right hand side position of the map.
My music is a pillar upon which whole worlds have been built. Guardian squad, ready.
Scouts here.
Yes, Lord. Here to serve.
3 scouts from one guy. More than enough if you don't want to harass. And if you do not feel very comfortable at controlling scouts all game long. If you think your micro is not good enough, or your reaction time. It's about reaction time and keeping the scouts alive for as long as possible during the game. It can be a bit challenging to do that. Left will get the Farseer out first. Good job. Thankfully no warp spiders. We'll probably cast that WindWaker into a servitor. The first commander can easily regenerate, although if you want to finish him off, you can do that with a Mind War. When he is low HP.
My music is a pillar upon which whole worlds have been built. How can we help? Guardian squad, ready. Command me to build.
Scouts ready.
My faith is my shield.
LP2 has been upgraded for Space Marines. No chances for left to win a fight in here now. Even the armory has been placed in front. Left says GG. He thought his Farseer is dead. It would be devastating if he'd lost it so fast. Casts Mind War on the scouts. Wants them dead. Only one scout will die from the Mind War. Left will do a good job and keep that Farseer alive for a bit longer, so it's not over yet. An idling Banshee squad at home must be used.
With the enemy position.
Okay, that was bad now from left. Overlooked his Farseer a bit and it charged the Force Commander, lost the Farseer. Probably had to be attached to the Banshees or to the Guardian squad and fight in range.
Our cries herald the coming of great pain for our enemies.
Now scouts with snipers will easily deal with those Eldar infantry, I guess, with Banshees and Guardians. Left upgrades 2 LP2s back in his base.
Voice of death calling to them.
And we'll build a second generator. No tactical marine mass from one guy, he will do a squad of assault marines. Next.
We are here to exact harsh vengeance.
We stand ready.
Yes, my lord. At your command.
Now the first commander with assault marines probably will take down. That left is not prepared. He wanted 2 generators up because he's upgrading the LP2s. Well, this one probably paid off by now. Killed 2 assault marines, provided some income. It paid off basically. Still, I'd say left needs to invest more in his infantry. The scouts are a big problem. Maybe a squad of warp spiders would be nice to jump into the scouts and kill them unexpectedly. Might work. The Psychic Storm was cast on the scouts. One of the scouts got killed. At least one got killed.
We are the messengers of doom.
Very bad position now for left. Sits on 3 points. Must upgrade this. And controls the critical location on the right. Much better for one guy.
Scouts in position. Scouts ready.
Okay, the Warp Spider squad is out. Reinforce it a bit, and when the first commander is not close to the scouts, jump in there with the Warp Spiders and charge with the Farseer at them. Might be possible to take them down. That's exactly what left will do. Yeah, that was the most obvious move you could think of, so he will do that as well. 2 scout squads have been killed, very nice. Sadly, both jumps on the Warp Spiders have been wasted.
Scouts ready.
So chasing the scouts now won't be easy. Maybe with the Farseer would be a good idea. One guy using the Assault Marines to get that relic. He could have used the Assault Marines to fight the Warp Spiders in close combat if he wanted to. So he wouldn't lose the scouts, 2 squads so early. 104 to 20 income now for Space Marines.
We are here to exact harsh vengeance. We are here to exact harsh vengeance.
Nothing is hidden from my sight.
We are
My powers are yours now.
Looks like left overlooked once again his Farseer. It's gonna get killed by that commander. She cannot escape. But it wasn't so bad this time. Traded a bit of damage, dealt a bit of damage to that commander. Next time she's out, The commander probably will die. Tier 2 on the way from Eldar. 2 squads of Banshees still alive. The warp spiders should jump in there next to the scouts and try to kill them. Yeah, look at the damage. No chance for one guy to even escape. Banshees dealing some damage to the assault marines. Left will manage to defend. Has a good bank, probably would go for... well, he can go for tier 3, but it's still risky. Needs more infantry and some upgrades to deal with this Space Marine attack first. Getting some shuriken cannons would be perfect, in fact. Tier 2.5 up for one guy. Machine cult is finished almost. Land speeder mass can finish off the Eldar. Now that the bright lenses are not out yet, War Dreadnoughts, a more universal choice and safe.
We exist to avenge our sisters. All fear the voice of death calling to them.
A land speeder is out. Bunches have been reinforced a bit and probably received some upgrades. 98 to 30 income on left, good economy. Has the global upgrade on requisition, I suppose. Only sitting on 4 points and 1 critical location. The second one is not captured yet. Gets out a 3rd squad of Banshees. From one guy some nice variety here of units. 2 land speeders, 2 assault marine squads, scouts and force commander. Assault marines using those grenades will take down the LP2 easily. 3 land speeders now are a problem. No bright lenses yet from left. And this looks desperate now. Looks very desperate for Xenos. Getting one more webway gate up for that cap increase on both infantry and vehicles, and some faster production of grav platforms. I'm afraid he's dead, however. Cannot go in with the bunches simply because they will get slaughtered by those land speeders and assault marines. He needs anti-vehicle badly. Now that he's got it out, we'll go in and engage. One guy has to switch focus to the bright lens first. Will take some time for one bright lens to deal with these land speeders. A lot of bunches would die. Okay, assault marines will deal with that. Anti-vehicle came out too late for left, I think, but not over yet. 1 full HP bright lens is still here. It can destroy this land speeder. Tons of bunches have been killed and the force commander is back to green HP. A new Farseer was missing desperately in this fight. Domination from one guy overall. Played it very well. Bunches versus snipers and assault marines, apparently not a good option. They work much better, however, against tactical marine mass. And this is the end of left, I assume. He's done with this game. 62 to 30 income. 128 to 60 for one guy. He doesn't even use his resources. Probably ordered tier 3 now. Was floating 1k on requisition. A dreadnought is here.
My faith is my shield.
Both squads of assault marines still alive. That's a GG. I guess we'll see about 5-6 more games between these two. Some marine domination in the matchup with Eldar. Not exactly sure what left could have done better. Maybe 3 guardians into fast tier 2. Or just only guardians with warlocks, and those stun abilities might have worked. Massing guardians fully upgraded and faster bright lances might have worked, in fact. Next up, the rematch between these two. On Meeting of Minds. In the right hand side, Alien left. Alien was the team name. Sponsored by Alienware. We're motivating the players to keep it up. Unlike nowadays, no sponsors at all for Dawn of War 1, sadly. Completely dead. All the tournaments are fan made and not official. In the left hand side, one guy playing Orks now, a different race. He's playing random. Whoever joined the stream recently, hello again. Hit that like button or dislike, subscribe if you enjoy, and if you're not subscribed yet, a lot more streams incoming, either streams or videos for Dawn of War 1, all the expansions. One guy will not play aggressively at the start, he will only take his side of the map and defend for now.
Please, no more kicking.
Left could have used that Mind War on the Gretchens or at least cast the Psychic Storm and would have killed the squad. They would not be able to get inside as this wasn't finished yet.
What is it? What do you want?
Hello? Who's there?
Three squads of Slugger boys and the big mech for now from one guy. Now that wasn't a very good Psychic Storm, damaged a squad of Slugger Boys a bit. It went down to red HP, and maybe now will be finished off by the Warp Spiders. Actually it was planned, a good plan by left. Probably will kill this squad as well. Yeah, it will go down, and maybe even the third squad will die. That will be devastating for the Ork. Losing 3 squads of Slugger Boys so early on. Yeah, 3 squads of boys down just from 1 squad of Warp Spiders. This was devastating for one guy, losing all the capping squads so early on.
What is it?
Very well executed by left here. Now the mech will be fought in the back by the Farseer while he's chasing those Warp Spiders. A new squad of boys is out. Pylo guns. Two Pylo guns will be built. Why? One guy probably messed up something after that bad fight. He definitely does not need 2 Pylo guns. Maybe he builds this as a defensive structure, although could have built a banner and upgrade instead. And even will lose the mech. Now that's terrible from one guy, but he's not out of the game yet. Interesting choice to go for 2 Pylo guns. Okay, so he says this was a mistake. Not planned. Well, if he will not delete the Pylo guns, it will still be useful. Get the upgrades faster and provide some defenses. It's not a complete waste of resources.
I'm not doing anything.
In the long run, might even pay off. Left tier 2 in here with a very good economy.
The random hand of fate delivers me to you. Nothing is hidden from my sight.
One guy purely defensive for now. Can't really get out, needs more boys, produces 2 squads of Storm Boys. And is adding the Nob Leaders, which are very resilient to ranged combat fire from those Warp Spiders. Another Psychic Storm cast decreases the HP on those boys, so maybe he will manage to finish off that squad again. Do it the same as the first time. Would need to cast Mind Void into that Nob Leader, however, if he wants to kill the squad. 2 Bright Lances out. And left is tier 3 now, builds the support portal. A lot of green skins in the meantime being masked up here by one guy. More and more green skins, more and more Storm Boys. A 3rd squad of Storm Boys is coming. And not enough infantry for left. Only a squad of Warp Spiders is not enough. He didn't even know what's coming after him. Bright Lances might take down that LP1. They don't stop shooting when fought in close combat, unlike other ranged units. 3 critical locations controlled by left right now. Very good map control, full map vision. This was, however, a custom game, now that I see it. Probably some custom games were played between left and one guy. There's no take and hold rule even for this game, and no control area.
Waiting here is but a phase of our existence.
Practicing in custom games never hurts. A bunch of greenskins here with knobs attached, added to the squads. Sometimes the warp spiders would target the slugger boys in a squad, sometimes they will target the knob leader. It's random, apparently. More and more jumps here by left. Feels like he spent all the jumps now on the warp spiders, so he will have a hard time now retreating from all these storm boys. Oh wait, a fire prism now is out. I forgot his tier 3. And there's no anti-vehicle at all for one guy. However, he can add it to the boys now. Fire prism definitely a problem. One guy floating a bit. Still no rocket launchers for the boys. Two fire prisms now. I believe one guy would lose everything in that base now and probably give up. Left's economy is also very high and he is ahead in tech. If he kills all the boys here, it's done. For one guy, he cannot get back into this game. Now a fire prism was even sent on harass. Left has more than enough at home to defend himself from what's left. And even a big generator was built. Well done. Quite a few mistakes here done by one guy with the double payload guns. Terrible start also when he lost 3 squads of slugger boys, set him back. And now he will run out of resources, nothing to stop the fire prisms. Still tier 2 for one guy, no mech shop. Terrific game. Some webway gate build up in here can produce those graph platforms non-stop out of there instead of floating like that. Or get that avatar out. Tank busters with very good damage even in close combat. Originally a close combat squad in vanilla. The units in vanilla cannot stay infiltrated while they fight. It also changed later on. GG gets called. Left was dominating here in the end. Too much ahead in tech and economy at this point. Pretty one-sided. A lot of upgrades for the boys, that did not help. Nothing on the field to stop the fire prisms. Rushing for a tier 3 killer cans and knobs might have been much better than sticking to tier 1 units. Okay, prepared the next game. On Battle Marshes. Left once again in the lower position with Eldar playing versus GGL 6-pack. A new name in the series again. Probably a Smurf. Playing Orks. Two Guardian squads from left, two Slugger Boy squads from 6-pack. The mech is out. And Farsia first from left. Both heroes were sent on harass. The mech probably will do more damage. Nothing to do here yet for the Farsia.
Don't bother me. I'm working on something.
Very late cap on this point by the Orc. Mech is already busy. Will take down this LP1 most likely. and maybe kill the Bone Singer. Yeah, Six-Pack notices the Bone Singer the instant he comes here and kills. Left with work banners on his color scheme. The Warp Spiders are out now and will probably fail. Won't manage to kill that Slugger Boy squad. The mech somehow lost half HP. Yeah, he destroyed the LP1 but lost half HP. Some damage was done by left. Probably Mind War and some close combat damage absorbed by the mech. Already tier 2 up here for Orc. He can transition into a fast mech shop from now on. Lack of resources, however.
The future seems so clear.
And left will bring the second squad of Warp Spiders. No Soul Shrine yet. Yeah, the mech will go down, no more jumps for the mech. Better map control at this point for Eldar. Probably a mistake producing these Storm Boys. When you have such a low income and requisition, can't really rely on infantry production. Will harass with the Storm Boys a bit. They do not have a... oh, they do have the knob, okay. So they dealt quite a bit of damage, even to the buildings.
We get the job done fast.
A much bigger axe on the knob, we can notice. Left building up on the enemy side, not a very good idea, but he thinks he can hold it, so why not? LP2 has been upgraded, has 2 generators there. The Orc cannot fight on that side. Decided to jump into the Eldar's base with the mech, a risky jump. Brings a second squad of Storm Boys. Still only LP1s on the points. That's too bad. A 116 to 30, huge economy lead for the Eldar right now. And builds the Soul Shrine also on the enemy side. Left loves to do that with his Soul Shrines. He loves to make his life difficult. Could just jump with this Bone Singer here in the back of the base and build in a safe position. Now that the Storm Boys have the Nob Leader on the squad, Warp Spiders deal very low damage. Storm Boys easily dealing with that squad in there. 3 squads of Warp Spiders now from Eldar. And surprise, Will Left now managed to defend this point on the enemy side. Most likely not. That's why I was complaining a bit about these positions earlier. Left units are completely out of position, only a squad of Warp Spiders was here and they cannot defend the LP2, the generators and the Soul Shrine later on. Maybe the Soul Shrine will be saved, hopefully. Mind War was cast on the Stormboy knob. Only drops half HP of that knob. Ork decides to jump back, probably a mistake. He could have fought.
Quickly, take us to the battle.
At least while these warp spiders were here. Force them to jump. He retreated too early. Predicting an economy win here for the Eldar. Looks ugly on Orks, 62 income, and he's playing infantry. Does not upgrade the LPs. And mostly has Storm Boys. Loses a squad here in the Eldar's base. This was also a tournament game. GGL tournament in Dawn of War was a thing back then. Finally, the mech shop is almost finished. And the Orks are managing to manage to fight the warp spiders in here just fine. Some upgrades for the warp spiders. I guess they have the optics already. They deal more damage. The mech will finish off that Farseer. Well, almost. Some weird jump. Warp spiders cannot fight. They cannot jump away. No jumps left. And so Ork is making another comeback. The Farseer dies. Just heard her screaming here. If only the Ork started to fight earlier instead of retreating back into the base, it would have been much better for him now, I think. Cannot even afford the war tracks, the cheap war tracks, with this income. And left surprisingly still holds this position. Three squads of warp spiders alive here for left will fight strong. They don't have a easy life against Storm Boys. Storm Boys can follow them easily in fighting in close combat. I am not sure if Eldar has mines in vanilla, but if they do, they should build mines around the battlefield. So the warp spiders can jump into the mines. If the Storm Boys will follow, they will explode. Could be a lot more easier to deal with them. The fight has been going for a few minutes now. Boys fighting the Eldar non-stop. Feels like both of them struggle a bit, although the work is a lot more behind. He invests everything in reinforcing his infantry squads. Finally left manages to hold and wins this fight basically. No tier 3 yet. He invests the resources in the warp spiders.
What do you know of war?
I sense the enemy. They are closing in.
What is your wish? My music is a pillar upon which whole worlds have been built.
We're ready. What are you waiting for?
War truck out. Very late in the game. Okay, shuriken cannons finally. A much more effective choice against storm boys. Warp spiders in here destroyed an LP1 apparently. The boys pushed them back. Brightlens here destroys the war truck. The LP2 however has been taken down, probably was worth it, worth the trade. And left still holding strong, basically dominating for the whole game. The work cannot take his own position. Not a bad game, however. Both of them did some mistakes, both of them could have done much better. Probably the last try now from Orks to go in and see if they can do something. Can't give up like that in tournaments, need to try hard. Nice grenade, takes down that war truck, and GG gets called by the Ork. Not really close, not at all. We'll find out the economy domination for left very soon. And again I lost my cursor. Weird bug. And alt-tabbing from the game does not help, I have to close it. Well, check the resources score here. Left almost doubled Orks economy. I think Ork could have won if only he took the left hand side point faster and a relic to control. With a higher economy he might have even won that game. Let me restart it. Okay, I will make a food break right now, almost 3 hours into the stream. After that we'll have more games between left and one guy. And a few more from Benji maybe. I think I will be back in 20 to 30 minutes. Stay tuned, more GGs incoming. We'll continue when I'm back. Okay, I am back. If anyone's still there, we continue with the games. Next one guy versus Benji, on Outer Reaches. Space Marines versus Orks. I think we saw these two in the previous part. One battle Marshes, if I'm not mistaken. One guy did an epic comeback into that one. No fast cap on middle point from one guy, unlike Charlie does it, so Benji will take this point safely. The boys will not get there in time. 3 squads of Slugger boys from Orks.
What now? Hello? Who's there?
Scouts here.
4 squads of scouts from Benji.
Scouts here.
Reinforces one of the squads to max and sends it on harass to bother his opponent a bit, distract his attention. Didn't build an LP here, and we'll lose it to the Orks now. The Ork will decap this easily. Well, the servitors were busy with building other stuff. The closest points had to be built. Both the mech and the first commanders are out. No tactical marines yet from Benji, can't really fight with the scouts alone. Okay, with 3 free scouts now maybe he can try and kill that squad of Slugger boys. Good focus. And they will go down. Good one. In the meantime we'll retake the middle point and also controls a top point. One guy does not have enough units, has to send his big mech back to base.
While the enemies of the Emperor still draw breath, there can be no peace.
At your command.
More harass with the scouts after most of the points have been captured. Put those scouts to work while they can still fight. In the early game they don't get killed so quickly. Later on they won't be able to fight as good as they can now, so he sacrifices map control for a bit of in exchange for some aggression early. We'll keep work locked on his points. But this is not the end of Orks. In the previous game one guy did a terrific comeback. He was sitting like on 3 points and Benji controlled like the whole map. And one guy still managed to win that one. Apologies for the spoiler if you haven't watched. So one guy cannot be discounted. We cannot count him out of the game ever. Jumps into the Marines. The LP2 is upgraded here. Probably will be repaired and won't get destroyed.
Scouts in position.
What's your order? Direct us to the enemy.
Good map control once again from Benji, controlling 3 points extra compared to one guy. Only didn't build this, had to produce one more servitor at that point and build it. It had pay off by now. Very strong push here from Benji. One guy cannot stop him. Only the mech and a few boys, everything else has been killed. Even the mech might die. And still it's not over, not even halfway through this game. It will last. Now getting into this heavy cover and can take easily these buildings, or in this heavy cover next and take down the pilo guns and the LP2 there without any problem. Benji will not waste time to run into that heavy cover. He wants to destroy it from this position. Will receive a bit more damage, but can still take it down.
5 minutes until control area.
85 to 10 income, not so good in fact, considering that he's controlling so many points. One guy hitting tier 2 and goes for the mech shop. Still pure tier 1 from Space Marines, no armory, no tier 2 on the way, most likely. And so one guy will lose more and more economy. He will sit on 2 points now. Barely has any income for a war track. Maybe one war track, 2 or 3 war tracks in fact might fight back those Marines here, while they do not have anti-vehicle. So there's still some hope for Orks.
4 minutes until control area.
Walk softly. We are the Emperor's chosen.
Hello? Please, no more kissing.
Awful engagement in here with the first commander, got him killed. That was terrible. The armory is up, tier 2 not yet. Well, at least Benji got some information from work by scouting now. Found out there's a mech shop up, and say hello to the war truck. How do you stop it now without anti-vehicle, Mr. Benji?
Fear denies faith.
Some weird pathing, probably not intentional, however. We'll follow those Marines.
3 minutes until control area victory.
One guy must decap at least 1 point ASAP, or he would lose by by control area. Not 1 point, but 3 points. He must take these 2, decap them, and this one in the middle, preferably the closest one. One guy only controls 2 out of 9 strategic points. And Benji controls 7 out of 9. I'd be very surprised if he'd lose this game, to be honest. Now he is tier 2. Probably will have anti-vehicle soon. Yeah, equipped some missile launchers on a squad. One guy will decap the middle. Needs to decap also these 2 points ASAP. Only 2 minutes left. He is not afraid of control area, will just capture this, and maybe after that we'll go in there and decap those other points. Preferably he has to produce 1 more squad of boys. Now also take and hold countdown began for Benji. Very low income, however, still 92 to 30, considering you have so many points under control. It should have been way over 100 long ago.
Scouts here.
What is your order?
Huge mistake not building this and not capturing that relic by Benji. That might allow Orc to make a comeback, in fact. Good bank now on power for one guy. He builds more war banners Not sure why he needs that.
We're ready.
Yes, my lord.
Some plasma guns
6
equipped on the
minutes
squads.
until take and hold victory.
At your command.
This squad of scouts now without weapons should also get the relic on the left.
My faith is my shield.
A war track comes to aid. Benji has just enough anti-vehicle here to take it down in one hit from each member.
This is my war track. Pretty nice, huh?
On alert, brothers. The enemy must be nearby.
Heresy grows from
Today the enemy shall take the
Still, not a difficult fight here for Benji. The only problem is this full HP mech tying up squads. Now he will shoot, God knows where. Where is he shooting? In the air? Asking for help perhaps from the boys. Storm boys would lose to the tactical space marines even in close combat, I guess. Looks like the marines which had a missile launcher equipped, all of them have been killed, and now Benji finds himself without anti-vehicle. Good position for one guy to push him further out, further away from his base. 68 to 20 income now for Ork starts to recover. 92 to 44 space marines. Really sad economy wise for Benji. It could have been so much higher if he built this and took the relic, his own relic.
Until taken hold victory.
He overestimates his income. He thinks it's so much higher than his opponent, but it's not true. I guess one guy can even get a better economy soon if he will continue to push like that.
He who stands with me shall be my brother.
We are the Emperor's chosen.
Most Ork vehicles still alive. I guess 2 or 3 vehicles were destroyed. They were enough to deal with those marines that had missile launchers equipped. Look at that. One guy will target the squad with the missile launchers and take it down quick. They won't have enough time to deal with both vehicles. Okay, good accuracy. The war track goes down, or maybe it has been destroyed by the first commander, and now a Melta grenade probably was thrown into that war truck. Good one here from Benji. Maybe we'll make a comeback. It starts to look better for Orks now. 80 to 20 income. 98 to 54 Benji. Builds the machine cult. Interesting how he got out teched despite having 3 more points. He's a bit behind in tech, or will be equalized soon. And maybe we'll produce some Hellfire Dreadnoughts to deal with those war tracks.
Awaiting orders. At your command. Fear denies faith. Faith is our shield.
Not much work infantry besides these vehicles. Not enough support for the war tracks might be a problem. Okay, and here come the Hellfire Dreadnoughts. I guess Benji will only produce them. Good option against work vehicles. These ones, war tracks and war trucks. Hellfire Dreadnought can deal with them quickly. The mech gets killed. And a new pile of guns placed by one guy. The fight in here won by Space Marines. And he still controls more points. 91 to 60 economy soon. 85 to 30 for one guy. Almost equalized the economy. Has less income on power. And definitely not enough to mass up more infantry. He can only afford vehicles with this economy. And now we'll say hello to the dreadnoughts. How do you deal with them? No anti-vehicle at all. Maybe some rocket launchers will get equipped to shoot up boys. Won't be enough, however. Feels like the Hellfire Dreadnoughts have lower damage, but much better accuracy here in vanilla. So, not bad still. Yeah, look at that, they don't really miss. Nothing one guy can do in this case. I guess he will quit soon.
On alert, brothers. The enemy must be nearby.
Hellfires will deal with both his infantry and his vehicles now in the next fight. Brings a fourth Hellfire Dreadnought. One guy won't give up just yet. 58 to 30 income. Very low. Well, a bit of back and forth at least. Good to see that one guy does not give up so easily. I guess he relied a lot on the fact that his opponents might make mistakes, so he remains in the game and keeps playing his best, even after some terrible early game. In the previous game it worked well for him. This time Benji figured out the counters much better. And so when GG gets called, one guy loses the stronghold. Good job, even a close game on military. Not so bad. And Benji, despite having a huge map control advantage the entire game, still only about 2400 requisition ahead, very low advantage. During 20 minutes, it should have been much higher. He ignored the LP in the back of his base, didn't build it, and did not capture the relic. That was some terrible decision making in the long run. Lost him a lot of economy. Okay, and now we have 4 more games between left and one guy. This should be exciting. We watched 2 games before between these two. The score tied 1-1 at the moment. Third game on Outer Reaches. This will be Eldar Mirror. In the previous part, I think we saw one guy versus left, or Insane versus left on Fallen City also.
Command me to build.
Two Guardians from both. For the beginning, same opening. Warp spiders. I truly hope not all the games will be Eldar Mirror. I probably won't stand looking at Warp Spider mirror fights 4 games in a row. Here left attacks first, almost kills a squad of Guardians here for one guy, and yeah, it gets him killed. Will decap the point. Same harass being done by one guy on the other side. Killed something here. Yeah, he killed a squad of Guardians there. No, they are alive. A Bone Singer has been killed. Looks like left already killed both squads of Guardians for one guy, with this squad of Warp Spiders alone.
What needs to be done?
Only 1 point controlled by left, however, in the base, and takes 2 points at the top side, I see. The minimap does not show me these points. Now controlled by left. Even worse for one guy. He controls 1 point in the base and will now lose this one. Probably. War lose the squad of Warp Spiders almost. Both Mind War and Psychic Storm cast on that squad. Left has to jump away.
Command me to build.
2 points under control for Dark Blue Eldar. Much better for left.
Waiting here is but a phase of our existence. Quickly, take us to the battle.
Both of them harassing each other, not much else for now. They do not want to fight yet. Two squads of warp spiders from one guy now and a farseer. Only one squad of warp spiders for left. And the farseer. He's outnumbered basically, he cannot fight yet. So he has to harass. Both of them taking down a point from each other and decapping. And now one guy finds himself on 32 to 10 economy, sitting on 1 point. This will be the second if it gets captured. A second squad of warp spiders out for left, doing much better economy wise, and maybe will now start fighting because he can win the fights with this economy advantage. He can do it.
What do you know of war? We are shaped by fate just as we shape it.
The enemy cannot hide from my sight. What needs to be done?
Looks good right here, right now for left. The only bad thing though, he lost his farseer, but he's now got an LP2. Can easily defend, I believe. Even with this low morale squad, he still outnumbers insane. I mean one guy. I confuse them sometimes. Left can sit in here safely under the LP2 and defend himself. One guy has to retreat. He's still controlling only 2 points, and this one will be decapped now on the top right. And so left is in a much better position. 80 to 10 income against 32 to 10. This sucks so badly for one guy in terms of economy. I guess he can keep himself alive while the farseer still lives. And as soon as she dies, it'll be over. A grenade was thrown into the shrine, 2 grenades, and it will be taken down. Now that was unexpected.
Waiting here is but a phase of our existence.
And surprisingly left, yeah, now he loses the fight without a farseer in here and without the LP2, can't really keep fighting. He can recover, however, after a bad fight, unlike one guy. Three squads of Warp Spiders still alive, this one might die now. And 2 squads from one guy. 44 to 10 for one guy, 74 to 20 for left.
Strike quickly while our enemy slumbers.
Not over yet. Left can still do it, I think. I find it surprising how one guy can keep fighting like that on a very low economy. He simply won't give up, try not to lose units and keep playing. Good management of the farseer in the long run.
Quickly, take us to the battle. Strike quickly while our enemy slumbers.
Left keeps building those generators. He desperately needs a Farseer or Banshees, I don't know. He needs something to tie up in close combat his opponent's Warp Spiders. A Farseer would be best, I think. He keeps losing Warp Spiders, does not have them nicely reinforced. And builds generators in bad positions. Starts to look ugly now. He's getting outnumbered. A very surprising comeback by one guy once again. Still a very low economy, however. 56 to 10 against 80 to 20.
Quickly, take us to the battle.
Enemy cannot hide from my sight.
Finally, the Farseer is out. The chances now will increase for left. He needs at least one more squad of Warp Spiders, fully reinforced. War Banshees. 3 squads of Warp Spiders now by one guy. Warp Spiders jumping around, annoying each other, a bit difficult even to distinguish between who is who. Left has some chances here now that one squad from one guy lost morale. And now has no chances, must retreat. This is unbelievable how one guy could come on top in this game. Feels like he's gonna win this fight now. Has one extra squad of Warp Spiders to fight here. Good focus. Wants to take down left's Farseer. Heavy focus on left's Farseer, will die again, certainly. And now he can deal with the remaining Warp Spiders easily. Unbelievable. It looked so ugly. 1 point, 2 points for like 5 minutes at the start for one guy, and yet he still manages to win. Of course, left made too many mistakes. He had to mass up more infantry faster instead of building generators. Now he's floating 400 on power, and he's gonna lose with this extra power income. He needed more units desperately earlier in the game. One guy has better game knowledge, better understanding of the game back when they played this. It feels like he's gonna win. 56 to 10. I guess the whole game left had a higher economy, and yet somehow he will lose this.
Nothing is hidden from my sight.
Another thing left could have tried to do is building that soul shrine faster and start producing shuriken cannons. Warp Spider damage to shuriken cannon, which is heavy infantry type here in vanilla, has very low damage. So shuriken cannons can survive a long time under the warp spider fire. 3-4 shuriken cannons probably can deal with this amount of warp spiders. Instead of producing this farseer over and over again. This is GG. And still one guy's economy is lower. He had a lower economy all game long. Manages to outnumber left early on, keeps his infantry mass higher. Look at this economy. $2,000 requisition extra for left, and yet he was still outnumbered by one guy. He had to reinforce and produce more squads a lot more faster. War, after losing the first fight, transition quickly into tier 2 and start shuriken cannon, shuriken platform production. Might have worked. Otherwise, also a much better execution by one guy, I guess, in the fights. Better usage of farseer and warp spiders. So 2-1 between the two in today's stream. Next up on Battle Marshes, one guy will play Orks. And the left will play his main Eldar. Works with purple eyes. Can even select the eye color in Dawn of War 1 color schemes. I guess it's pretty unique for Dawn of War to provide this option. Two Guardians from left will take the strategic point in the base, the Farseer first, already out. At the same time with the mech almost. Left casts the Psychic Storm on the boys, so if a Warp Spider will jump there, I guess they can finish the boys very quickly. A Warp Spider squad probably will get out of here and jump over the wall. Might be. The mech somehow lost half HP already. Too risky to jump, but the left would still do it. Will get outnumbered and has to retreat ASAP.
What do you know of war? What do you know of war?
I got the good bits for this fight.
shaped by fate just as we shape it.
I got the good bits for this fight.
Left trying to gain the map control advantage. That did not help him in the previous game. And it probably won't help him now. He better should focus on producing more infantry and keeping it alive in fights. Only Farseer for now and a squad of warp spiders. Can't really afford anything else, but he's got 2 generators up already. A bit greedy with the generators. You don't need so much power in vanilla for tier 2 transition. Soul Shrine here is like 50 power cost. Very low cost on power. Loses that squad of guardians. Brings a second squad of warp spiders. And builds the LP on the right hand side relic. Map control advantage, economy advantage for the Eldar. Now make use of it. Goes in, ready to fight, and maybe he can even win this fight. If he's got the jumps and the warp spiders, he should be able to. I see one guy now adds the nob leaders in the squads. It will be impossible for the warp spiders to deal with this amount of nobs. 3 nobs. They almost receive no damage from the warp spiders. They can chase the warp spiders even if they jump away. No threat for them.
You need something fixed.
And Lev decides to go tier 2. Perhaps a good decision. Making Dark Reapers with tier 2 optics might be good now, or Shuriken cannons. Look at the damage.
What?
2 squads of warp spiders almost fully reinforced, focused this nob for like 3-4 seconds and dropped only half HP. Yeah, look at that. Very low damage being done to that unit type.
Storm Boys is ready for a fight.
And soon the Storm Boys will make Eldar's life even more difficult. Storm Boys with the nobs. The nob is in the squad already. A 3rd squad of warp spiders out, 4 left. Four generators up for Eldar. Not sure where he invested all that power income. In LP2s probably, and maybe global upgrade.
What are you waiting for? This is taking forever. I got that good bits for
Tier 2 up in the meantime for one guy.
What is it? You need something fixed.
Has enough infantry. The nobs alone are the most important. He doesn't even need to reinforce the squads. As long as the nobs are there.
while our enemy slumbers.
5 LP2s for left. Now even more. All LP2s, 6. All of them have been upgraded. Huge economy lead, I suppose, for the Eldar. But he still, it still feels like he won't have enough to deal with the work. He's split badly around the map. He has to bring all of them in one place. All 4 squads of Orc Spiders have to fight close to each other, support each other. Otherwise they will be countered. 2 squads idling on the left for the Eldar. A Bright Lens is out. He wants to defend on the left hand side with those squads. Needs to support in here badly. Very slow reaction from left. He even started to float. Probably will give up. War Tracks production now in the mech shop. 2 more have been produced. This one was destroyed by a Warp Spider grenade, I suppose. Finally he moves his remaining squads into the battle. All of his squads had to be here on the right hand side from the very beginning of the fight. Don't use your infantry one by one, use it all at once. And so out of 4 squads, initially only 1 left alive. This is a fresh one that got out now. A lot of investment in Warp Spiders, a lot of float from left. He is being kept busy by the work. Not fast enough with reaction. And so one guy with 3 squads of boys, thanks to left's poor army management, one guy manages to win this fight. And also thanks to left's float, not making use of his economy. Had to be tier 3 by now with fire prisms on the field. The Farseer dies. Will harass on the left with the Bright Lens. One guy much better with the economy management and a unit choice. At least some damage being done here on the left to the payload guns forces one guy to repair and spend some resources on that. The float is ridiculous, however. Tier 3 up now for Orks. Apparently they can go tier 3 when they have 50 a war resource. No need for 70. The mech almost got killed, jumps back when he's on 50 HP, and one guy manages to save him. Overall, much better played by the work, I must say. Left did too many mistakes, and he's been floating over 500 for about 3 to 5 minutes now. This is not acceptable, to be honest. Not at this level. And he doesn't even have so many squads to manage. Something slows him down.
Hold on to the pins, throw the other part.
It feels like Left wants to lose to one guy intentionally. Now that I see it, he is not even trying. Solid float still, consistent. Shuriken cannons, 2 of them out. Now only has to use them. Okay, he did some damage here on the left hand side for the work. Now with the war boss here, left has no damage dealing units to kill them. The mech probably will be taken down by the mind war. That's right, he will die. Work tier 3, left still producing tier 1 warp spiders. Come on, man. Change your unit types. It's about time. Nice one, war boss. Okay, Killer Ken even came out. At least we get to see the Killer Kens, more of Killer Kens in vanilla. That's sweet. Terrible game by left, I don't know what to say. Felt like his little sister played instead of him. In the previous game he did much better at least. Well, everyone has bad days, maybe something happened here, he might have been distracted. Life happens. True statement, but that did not work the game. The fact that left floated for about 10 minutes non-stop and only produced warp spiders won't work the game. And didn't even group his units together when he had the chance in that first fight here. Had to bring all the warp spiders together and easily defeat the boys. Instead, they were split all over the map. Not the best in unit management and economy management. He is very far behind now. He had the chance to even go tier 3 and have 10 fire prisms by now, but he refused to do that, and now he is surprised. Why is he losing? GG. At least he did not complain about the balance. That would have been ridiculous. 3-1 now for one guy. Let's see if left can show a better game next, because this one was terribly one-sided, despite work having lower economy. got higher in the end, thanks to the power income. On requisition were almost equal. For the most, well, in the early to mid game, left economy was much higher at least. In the end it got lower. Another one on Battle Marshes, thank God. Hopefully this will be a better game. And these are probably custom games.
How can we help? We are shaped by fate just as we shape it. How can we help?
Standard things from both, almost the same as in the previous game.
Shall I divine your next move?
Again, one guy will simply get his points and defend with the mech, defend the boys. A warp spider squad could be jumping at any moment into the saga boys, so mech has to be around and tie up the warp spiders if necessary. Boys here in danger, have to get reinforced a bit, absorb the psychic storm damage. No warp spiders yet.
What's it? Yeah.
Okay, here jumps the first squad. Too close, however. One guy does not even allow guardians to decap. Probably placed that LP during the decap, and the Farseer will die. Got surrounded. Nice disruption. But can she escape? One guy loses the Gretchens, says he's got lag. Thankfully left saved his Farseer. Now he builds a generator and a webway gate for unknown reasons. He needs more infantry. Desperately.
Strike quickly while our enemy slumbers.
Should go tier 2 now while he can. Ork is not showing any sign of aggression. He will stay back and probably defend. Doesn't even try to take a relic. Maybe we'll go towards the left hand side relic and try to take it. Left goes in with his warp spiders and we'll try to kill those Gretchens. he will not manage, they get inside the LP and they will survive.
Strike quickly while our enemy slumbers. My music is a pillar upon which whole worlds have been built.
A third generator has been placed and a second webway gate. Now, why would you do that? I really don't get it. He has more than enough limit with this webway gate in there. No need to invest in another. In case the fight will happen on this side, however, left will be able to get inside and out of it. So maybe easier to micro, but it takes ages until a squad gets in and out of a webway gate. So it's not effective to use that. It's more effective if you want to teleport units faster from one side to another. Okay, Ghost tier 2. Economy almost equal.
Guardian squad, ready.
So far does not float as much as in the previous game yet, much better. And keeps his squads close to each other now. Now that was a scary jump in there with the mech. Warp spiders have to jump also away in a bad spot, however. Not sure if they've got another jump left. Yeah, they do have one more jump and will manage to escape the boys. The Storm Boys, however, will follow. Two squads of Storm Boys with the knobs will chase the Warp Spiders. And again left finds himself in a bad position and he starts to float whenever he has to micro a bit. And the Farseer gets slaughtered by the mech in there. 98 to 30 income for Orks, a bit to float on power. Will have enough for vehicles when he will build the mech shop.
Waiting here is but a phase of our existence.
And for left, only two squads of Warp Spiders remain.
What can we do for you?
A very slow tier 2 transition, I'd say, from left. He has to hit tier 2 faster, get the shuriken cannons faster instead of Warp Spiders. Really not effective against this style of Orks with knobs. Maybe even Banshee Mass would work better against that. Might work better and even easier to micro. Mech shop has been placed, 100 to 30 income for Orks. Only gets lower for left, 80 to 40 now. difficult to micro with those warp spiders when you are overwhelmed like that. So I think you need to produce either bunches or shuriken cannons mostly against this work playstyle. Well, better in terms of management from left at least, not nearly as many floats as in the previous game. Yeah, a noble leader alone will last for eternity in a fight with 2 warp spider squads and the Farseer. A new mech comes out and the vehicles incoming. GG gets called by left, not much he can do now. When he saw the war track, he knew it's over. And one guy ahead, 4-1 now, I believe, in the games between these two. He seems to have a better understanding of the game, a better macro game overall. Does better builds and decisions. Left still has a lot to learn and he will. He will only get better with time. He somehow manages to kill more greenskins. That's what happens when you mass close combat greenskins. A lot of them will die, but it still win the game. Almost equal economy, however. Barely any difference on that side. Left's build was not suitable against this sort of work playstyle. Probably the last one between these two on outer reaches.
My music is a pillar upon which whole worlds have been built.
Again, one guy will be playing Orks on the left hand side. And left in the right hand side. Ironic.
What now? I'm not doing anything.
My music is a guardian to what whole worlds have been built. What is your wish?
Please, no more kissing.
Fast map control on the middle point, now I like that. Charlie style. From one guy, secures the middle point, has infiltrated Gretchens to build it, good job.
You need something fixed.
Two squads of Slugger boys and a mech from one guy, same as in the previous game. A bit later on he usually would add more boys. LP2 upgraded in the middle.
The future seems so clear.
Which way?
Not ready to fight yet. Left has to be careful.
Naturally.
Again he rushes and builds too many generators early in the game. I think the Soul Shrine costs him about 51 power, so he builds generators in order to upgrade LPs, I assume.
Strike quickly.
Shall I define your next move?
Yeah, he plays the Soul Shrine and will still have 200 power float. It only costs 51 power. So instead of this second generator, he should have placed the Soul Shrine before that. And maybe during the transition build another generator. Better map control for left by the look of it. At least it will be soon.
I'm not doing anything.
The Gretchens got stuck here. One Gretchen. Cannot move to initiate the build up on the war banner. LP2 will be taken down, left floating a bit, got to tier 2.
My powers are yours now.
Don't bother me. I'm working on something. No more kissing. I got the good bits for this fight. You need something fixed?
Yes.
Good map control and good map vision for left. Barely any infantry, however, to fight. A bit better for one guy on this part. He brings the Storm Boys now, adds the Nob Leaders, and will start fighting. Left definitely too greedy with the generators and especially the positions where he builds them. On the open field. Now will find himself floating again with economy advantage and losing the game, I suppose. He needs more infantry desperately, or shuriken cannons. The Mind War will kill the big mech here. Good job. What next? 2 bright lenses have been produced to harass the orc buildings. That's also good. But he has to also stop these boys somehow. Four squads of boys, 1 squad of storm boys and 3 squads of slugger boys still alive. Nothing to stop them. The bright lenses failed, they could not take down that pile of guns, was under the repair. Good income for one guy. He can win games on much lower income, so this is heaven for him. Even Guardians fully upgraded would work much better in this case. What Select was doing. Still not enough infantry here for left to fight. He will not quit, however. Not over yet. Such an easy win here for the mech, ridiculous. No chances for the witch. I'm not sure where left wasted his mind war. Felt like the mech received no damage. LP2 up again. Even the LP2 dealing very low damage to a nob. Will probably survive. Gets killed in the end, but the LP2 will get destroyed by the mech anyway. 105 to 30 income still for one guy. A fresh squad of warp spiders arrived. Left keeps trying, does not want to change these warp spiders for anything else. Good job with the repair here on the platform. Very fast repair. Kills a squad of boys. And maybe even the big mech will die. 2 bone singers repaired very quickly. Big mech fails to take it down, and left is back in the game. Goodbye, big mech. Screaming like a little girl when dying. As Santi will describe it.
We get the job done fast. Green is best. Storm boys is ready for a fight.
Again, mostly boys, masked by one guy. It's obvious one guy does that for tying up those warp spiders, so in this case the obvious thing to do is producing shuriken cannons or bunches or even dark reapers to out-micro the slugger boys. With a fleet of foot it's possible. Terrible fight for left once again. And slowly one guy gaining also the map control and economy domination. Some boys have been killed, the mech once again failing to take down that turret. It paid off so badly. A new Farseer is out. Needs to research Eldritch Storm for the Farseer. One Eldritch Storm would almost destroy the pile of guns or an LP2. So it's probably worth taking that, upgrading it. All game long, not enough infantry by left. Can't just sit back for a bit and reinforce the units. Always goes into attack when he barely has anything up. Huge income now, considering it's one guy wins the fight in the middle. And that's another GG. So the score is 5-1, I believe now, in one guy's favor. Definitely a skill gap at the time they played, at least between the two. Not much to say here. Left only relies on warp spiders in this matchup, which are not effective at all against the Nob leaders. And even if you make warp spiders like that, make more of them. 4 or 5 squads fully reinforced, and after that go into attack. Don't attack with in turns one squad after the other, losing the squads one by one. This is a GG, another victory for one guy. Left, however, overextends a bit. Well, probably not too upset of the games and maybe didn't even try his best. These were just custom games they played for fun, practice games, maybe even testing stuff on purpose, who knows. About 1k economy lead for one guy, nothing critical. Just wrong build and bad unit choice by left. Okay, I think this might be the last game for today. PuReBall versus Asurada on Meeting of Minds. In the left hand side, PuReBall with his main race, Orks.
Where's the fighting?
Versus Asurada, the Korean Eldar.
Command me to build.
Two Koreans back then up in the ladder selecting Asurada playing Eldar, not bad. Some diversity in the community.
Please, no more kissing. Where's the fighting?
Standard opening here for PuReBall, banner generator, 2 boy squads, and maybe mech will follow.
My music is a pillar upon which whole worlds have been built.
The mists of space and time retreat from my mind.
Up yours.
The mech is out. PuReBall will not stay at home and defend, he will go towards the opponent's base. So the Farseer, which running towards his base. The boys want to get out of the area of that Psychic Storm. Good usage of the abilities now from Asurada, casts both Psychic Storm and Mind War on the Slugger boys, kills a lot of them.
Nothing is hidden from my sight.
Don't bother me. I'm working on something. Sod off. Yeah.
Farseer alone in here not a big threat, now that he does not have the abilities. The mech can also go on some counter harass.
The future seems so clear.
Please, no more kissing. Which way?
Warp Spiders incoming from Asurada, and he goes tier 2. With just 1 generator, unlike left will build 3-4 generators before the Soul Shrine. In the previous game he built 2, but later on it felt like he had an overkill on power.
What do you know of war?
The mech manages to take down the point here very quickly.
Quickly, take us to the battle.
Don't bother me. I'm working on something. What is it? something.
One LP2 upgraded, second one here. 2 LP2s up for PuReBall, good income, 97 to 20, takes a critical location. Asurada trying to fight, doesn't really work for him on the enemy territory. Needs to rebuild this. Tier 2 is up. He might be rushing into fast fire prisms, by the way. Might well be. He just spent a lot of economy, probably goes tier 3 in the Soul Shrine, spent a lot of resources.
What needs to be done?
And even has a big generator up now. A problem for PuReBall, he does not know that yet. Tier 2 also up for work, can go for the mech shop now. I think he would need killer cans and knobs, however.
What would you have us do? Waiting here is but a phase of our existence.
You need something fixed.
All Eldar must
What is it? What is it? Where's the fight? Don't bother me. I'm working on something.
Huge float for the Eldar. I bet he's transitioning to tier 3 now and wants to save the resources for the support portal. Just got placed, and then he will need for the fire prism stone. Over 200 requisition for the stone are done. I guess PuReBall still has no idea the Eldar is already tier 3. Very risky, however, to take up like that, and now he will see. Support portal. Cannot afford a mech shop yet. Invested a lot in his Storm Boys. I guess Asurada will show us how you play the matchup versus Orks. What PuReBall is doing in this game is basically what one guy was doing in the previous game versus Left. I'd love to see Eldar win this time, and he might. Storm is outnumbered there, have to jump back.
Waiting here is but a phase of our command me to build. Quickly, take us to the battle.
A fire prism probably on the way now. Good job by PuReBall, harassing in 3 spots at once. Took down that LP on the relic. Fights the warp spiders. Yeah, but we'll lose the fight probably. Not anymore. 1 squad of warp spiders has been killed. Good job keeping the Eldar busy with all the Storm Boys harass. Very good. And mech taking down the big generator. Now Orks' problem is lack of vehicles and no tier 3. Not enough economy for that. A fire prism will get out any moment now. Here it is. Can this vehicle save the day? No anti-vehicle at all from PuReBall to deal with that fire prism. A squad of tank bastards is out. Good. He will need 2 more squads, I think. If he wants to deal with the fire prisms. 80 to 10 income for the Eldar. Very low income, and yet it's still enough to get out to tier 3 and produce fire prisms. Left's income in the previous games was even higher, but he was sitting tier 2 all game long and producing tier 1 warp spiders, expecting to deal with work. No way. A second fire prism gets out. And what one guy was doing in the previous game does not work for PuReBall in this game. Enough to change the build a bit, change the tech tree, the way you build up your economy, and it's a completely different game. Very much doable now for the Eldar to win. 2 squads of tank bastards in here. Maybe that will be enough to take down the fire prism, this one. Good grenade thrown into the fire prism. Jumps away on like 60 HP and will get repaired probably. That was painful for PuReBall to see that. Now this must be repaired. Still looks better for Orks right now. Much better economy. Very good macro play here by PuReBall. 154 to 30. Brings more Mad Dogs.
My powers are yours.
Quickly, take us to the battle.
Yeah, looks like the tank bastards now are gonna suffer from these warp spiders. Very good jump from the Eldar. And PuReBall might actually give up on trying. Very good income, however, no need to give up at this point. Sadly, no mech shop and no tier 3. He should have hit those by now. Invested a lot in the Storm Boys, in the tank busters, set him back. Couldn't advance in tech, and now this fire prism is a nightmare. Very well played by the Eldar, however. A perfect display on how to deal with the Orks. Fire Prism harass is very painful for the Ork. Lost 2 LP2s already. Now we'll lose a generator, and then a third LP2 will go down. Still, Eldar manages to win this apparently with a much lower income. Oh boy. Well, I guess if you see the support portal, you must ASAP hit that tier 3. Get the knobs and killer cans, otherwise it's impossible to stop the fire prisms. Some harass still going on, done by those storm boys. Some tank bosses are still here. 3 squads now. Not over yet for Ork. This mech has been under the effect of the fighting juice, staying on 1 HP for a long time and fighting.
Fire prism at the ready.
Fire prism still a problem. 3 squads of tank busters, afraid to get out of here, afraid of warp spiders. Yeah, they will jump in and kill the tank busters. 1 fire prism goes down. Storm boys continue to harass. Nice one. Now this is very close. I still don't know who's gonna win, but it looks bad for Eldar, economy wise. Good usage of the tank busters grenade, and Asurada loses all the fire prisms. Nicely done by PuReBall. At some point it felt like he's gonna lose. Asurada gives up and quits. Not an easy win, basically an economic win for Ork. If only Eldar's economy was higher. He couldn't afford that. Still a much better game. More chances like that than just massing up warp spiders in tier 2. Very close game. Asurada kills almost twice as many Orks. Doubles the kill count of PuReBall and yet still loses. Pure economy win for PuReBall. Almost 4,000 requisition ahead. And a lot more upgrades. Very well played by PuReBall. He's only getting better in the series. For today, guys, that's it from me. Thank you all for watching it live. Thank you to those who will watch this in the recording. Leave your feedback below with the video. Leave your likes, dislikes, subscribe if you enjoy the content, and I will see you in my next streams or videos. Take care.